Dear attendees, we apologize due to some technical problem and sorry for any inconveniences. We are pleased to welcome the Director of the School of Foreign Languages, Maltepe University, Assistant Professor Dr. Özden Özlü. Özden Özlü is an Assistant Professor, Doctor in the field of Public Relations and Publicity in English at the Faculty of Communications. She studied her BA at Marmara University, English Language Teaching, Anadolu University, International Relations, Anadolu University, Public Relations and Advertising. She gained her MA from Maltepe University in Educational Management and Supervision, and finally she received her PhD from Maltepe University in Public Relations and Publicity. She has been working at Maltepe University for about 26 years, since the foundation of the university, and as a teacher of English for about 36 years, also teaching in the Faculty of Communications for 6 years. She has written several books and published several articles about public diplomacy, social media, and sustainability development goals. Welcome, Hocam.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and I am delighted to welcome you to this Maltepe University School of Foreign Languages 17th International ELT E-Conference. At our School of Foreign Languages, we view language learning as an essential part of our mission to broaden students' understanding of the world and empower them to communicate effectively in a global environment. English is the language most widely spoken in the world, and it has become the primary language of international communication, not just in business and commerce, but also in a variety of other settings too. So it is essential that we equip our students with all the necessary skills to develop their language and become successful global citizens. We are proud to have with us today a number of renowned experts in the field of English language teaching. As we explore the challenges and opportunities in this arena, I'm confident that this conference will be a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices to help us make English language learning more effective and accessible to everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join us today, and I wish you a very productive day with some stimulating and inspiring discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hocam. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce today's first plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Aydan Alsos, and she's going to talk about language as a whole, otherwise it's not a language anymore. Professor Dr. Aydan Alsos was the head of English Language Teaching Department, Gazi Faculty of Education, Gazi University in Ankara. She retired in October 2006. She's currently working as a freelance. She's the president of INGID board, and she has taken active part in various in-service training programs for universities, state and private schools. She has published a number of articles and books. Her interest areas are teaching English to young learners, evaluating, adopting and developing teaching materials and teacher training. Welcome, Professor Doctor.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Of course, Hocam.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be a part of this wonderful event. Hopefully, I can manage this new social platform and present without failing. Okay, I have practiced, in fact. However, I don't know whether I'm going to manage it now or not. Let me see. Okay, it's loading. It's uploading. Hopefully it will come up in a minute. Now, my dear colleagues, Good morning, everyone, of course, and I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot stick to my abstract because I learned that my presentation has only 30 minutes. So in the abstract, I said I mentioned a full lesson plan, but of course I cannot manage that because it will take at least an hour to do so, but I will deal with an activity at least just to show you, give you the taste of integrated language teaching. Okay. As you know, this is the title of my presentation. However, this statement does not belong to me. It is by Rigg, and she said it's Pat Rigg, in fact. She mentioned this in 1991, a very, very long time ago. So I don't know why we are so behind the idea of teaching language as a whole. Now, whenever I ask the question, what language is, everyone says it is the most important means of communication. Is there anyone in the group who objects to this definition? I hope not. Then the next question is, why do we fail to teach language for communication? Why do we treat language as any other subject, academic subject, and digest it into its components, pieces? No one literally wakes up in the morning and says, "Whew, I'm going to use language today just for the sake of present continuous tense." Okay? No one does that. We all, as human beings, all have a reason, a function that what we want to carry out when we communicate. Okay? So we can easily say that pieces, forms, components can never be the master, can never make the decision, because they are just servants. They serve our aim. Whatever we want to do with language, do we want to apologize? Do we want to convince someone to do something? Do we want to scold someone? It all depends on what we want to do with language. That's how we put all components together to carry out our intention, carry out the function. Hence, we can easily say that all major language skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and as you can see, translation is not among this list because it's not a natural skill. It is an academic subject that people study for at least 4 or 5 years to become an expert in. These are the major language skills, but in order to fulfill these language skills, we need to have sub-skills, the shared knowledge of language, which includes syntax, we can say grammar altogether, in the traditional sense, not in the linguistic sense, vocabulary, okay, pronunciation, and all the others, like if you're writing, for example, mechanics, punctuation, spelling, etc. All these need to work together, function together to serve communication. If you, for example, use the tone of your voice just to change the meaning of the message, you can do that. So language is not limited to verbal components only. It also covers nonverbal and paralinguistic aspects. So if I say, for example, really, I ask it as a question, but if I say really, See how your facial expression and the tone of your voice, the intonation, changes the meaning. Okay. So I'm going to show you a figure which includes all aspects of nonverbal communication, but of course I'm not going to talk about this because it requires a detailed examination. Sometimes we communicate just, looking at someone, sending a look, okay, or maybe a hand gesture. Well, these are, of course, culture specific. So nonverbal aspects that are used in Turkish can easily be transferred incorrectly to English. So I have seen several Turkish people saying, no, thank you. This is typical Turkish gesture, right? But it's okay. I mean, at least you accompany it with the verbal message. Now, if you consider all these, remember, language skills, sub-skills, and nonverbal aspect of communication. I like this analogy, okay? They all come together like stitches in knitting, okay? There is a whole pattern, and they are put together to form that pattern. They are tightly interwoven, very much like the knitted object. If we miss one stitch or we do it incorrectly, wrongly, the pattern is destroyed. Now, segregated approaches focus on the teaching of language components explicitly and separately. So they take one component at a time, studied together with the learners, hoping that it will help them later to put with the other components and communicate. This is very much like giving the person the ingredients of a cake, but not the cake, okay? So you look at the ingredients and you say, oh, okay, I have the flour here, I have the eggs, so what am I going to do with them, okay? So another analogy can be a cake. The ingredients are given separately, hoping that later the learner will put all these ingredients together and bake the cake, which is not always the case, okay? So when the teacher walks into the classroom, they introduce lecture about, explain one component. Okay, so this is very much like a scientific experiment, like dissection of language elements. So what are we doing, in fact? We are giving separate yarns, okay, to the learners and asking them to enjoy the pullover, the sweater, whatever you want to call it, a scarf. But they're just separate yarns. They're not put together, okay? If I say, for example, today I'm going to teach, I don't know, present continuous tense, can you think of all the functions that structure serves? How can you teach all of the functions at the same time? That is like a bombardment of knowledge, okay? It is so tiring, overwhelming, and students really get lost. It is also used in this situation. It is also used in this situation. It takes this form when you use it with I. It takes this form when you use it with you. You know, it's just maddening, right? So it causes despair, negativity on the learners, but because they're not enjoying the language, they are not communicating. They're just looking at, under a microscope, looking at different separate elements. Now, I know some of you guys keep thinking, hey, wait a minute. They cannot learn language if I do not present those components separately. Oh, believe me, they can. They can. That's what integrated language learning explains or, does. When you teach language integratedly, you're dealing with the natural, authentic purpose of language. So it is in a context where participants have different roles and they have a reason. Can you turn your mics off, please? It's really disturbing. Thank you very much. So within this context, everyone functions according to the discourse. Okay? Language is not an academic subject to be studied and to be passed, okay? Like the exam-oriented approach. Believers of integrated language approaches, or the users or the scholars who use these approaches, believe that it can be, these approaches can be highly motivating to learners of all ages and backgrounds. So it can be an A1 level student, but still can learn using integrated an integrated approach. Or it can be a young learner at the age of 7 or at the age of 20 at university. Doesn't matter, because the level of the language that you're going to use will be adapted, will be modified, okay? Well, if you know the actual principles, the criteria, you can easily do that. So if you use integrated approaches, what you do is you present the pullover or the sweater, whatever you want to call it, in the knitted form. So students examine it while enjoy wearing it. Okay? This is not like separate yarns. It's already woven, knitted together. Students now can see how stitches stand together to function as a means of communication. There are two important quotes that I want to use in my presentation. They are both from Rebecca Oxford, and these quotations are taken from her article published in 2001. The first one reads as, "The integrated approach, as contrasted with the purely segregated approach, exposes English language learners to authentic language and challenges them to interact naturally in the language. Learners rapidly gain a true picture of the richness and complexity of the English language as employed for communication." As you can feel in this explanation, in this code, there is no need to compare and contrast language components, okay, like we do. Must versus have to, going to versus will. They are not enemies fighting each other. They are just representations of the richness of language. The speaker knows what they want to say, so they know their intention, hence they choose the component accordingly. It's not an exposed definition, Okay, like must is internal obligation, have to is external obligation. Oh my God, what a made up, artificial, and incorrect contrast we have there. And we keep teaching this to our students. With all good intentions, though, we just want to help them, okay? But what we're doing is we are misleading them, okay? Because if when someone says you mustn't park here, you can easily say, hey, wait, this is not an internal obligation. I want to park here. So what the hell are you talking about? See how there, you can come across with exceptions. Are they exceptions, though? I don't think so. When you teach language in context with all the other components together, students can easily observe this, can easily see that, okay? The second quote, again from Oxford, is the integrated approach stresses that English is not just an object of academic interest, nor merely a key to passing an examination. Instead, English becomes a real means of interaction and sharing among people. See? So it is, yes, I know learners or students have this tendency of learning, in quotation marks, for the sake of exams. Because I think the society has brainwashed them. Everything is exam-based. Okay? So they miss the fun of using language for the purpose of using the language. Okay? But they use it, you know, when they watch a YouTube video, or when they watch a movie, when they listen to a pop song, or, I don't know, rock or rap, whatever genre that they like, right? Now, there are certain methods that you can use under integrated approach. One of them is task-based. You all know that. The other one is CLIL. In the past, we used to call it content-based, but you know, after the European Union language policy, we have now content and language integrated learning. Since I do not have a chance to present you one full lesson plan, I cannot adapt any of these methods, and I really do not believe in the adaptation of one solid method. As teachers, we are always making decisions of compiling different techniques, you know, to come up with the exact solution for our own learners, rather than sticking to one method only. I'm going to use one activity. Most probably you know the activity. However, I believe it is important to have an observational look at the activity itself. The activity is called running dictation. I don't know whether you're familiar with it or not. Now, when I explain the activity, I want you to do one thing. Examine the activity. It's not an easy one. The instructions take some time, but it's a wonderful investment. If you do it once and continue doing it, learners will not immediately, but losing my English, whatever, they will learn the steps of the activity, so you wouldn't need to waste your time on giving instructions again and again. Examine the activity, please, and try to find out which language skills and components are covered in this activity. So the instruction, this is for you, of course, you need to give the instructions to your students. Depending on the number of your learners, you are going to form small groups. In this example, I have groups of 5. You choose the text. This text can be the introductory paragraph of your reading lesson, or I don't know, maybe the body paragraph, or a kind of, I don't know, I mean, you choose depending on what you want to do with the unit that you're dealing with, I mean. So you do not waste your time on something which is not included in the syllabus. Okay, this can be a wonderful pre-activity. It can be a wonderful post-activity. You choose the paragraph, you duplicate the paragraph, the text, as many as necessary. So if you have, for example, 5 groups, you need 5 copies of this paragraph printed on a piece of paper. You're going to stick these texts in the hallway on the wall. Okay, you can use tack it if you don't want to destroy the walls, and write the number of the group on top of it. This is only as a precaution. In fact, students can use any copy that they can find. Okay, please make sure that they are equally far from the classroom, I mean, because then students may say, hey, this is not fair. My copy was really far away. I have to run, you know, that kind of thing. So just to be fair, try to put them close to each other. Here I have an example, the dictation text. I will give you some time to have a look at it. Now these are the copies, I mean, are on the wall in the hallway. You're in the classroom. You ask your learners to work in groups of 5. They only need a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil. One learner in the group will be the secretary. That person will keep writing. Okay? The others will be the runners. When you start the activity, you can use your timer, you can use the watch on your phone, I don't know, keep the time. When you start the activity, one of the runners from one group runs to the text, finds the one that belongs to their group, tries to memorize, read and memorize as much as possible, run back and dictate. All the others stay together as a group until that dictation is done. Then another runner goes outside, finds the text, finds where their previous friend have memorized, have learned, and from then on they try to read and memorize, come back, again dictates. This goes on until the text is completely done. So runners may get a second run or a third run. They may only go out and just memorize one word or one phrase and then come back, so it will take a long time. But this is a wonderful activity, so don't worry about wasting my time. You're not wasting your time, believe me. When they are done, when they think that they are done, they raise their hand. So the teacher writes the number of the group on the board as the first to finish. And then they wait till the others finish. Meanwhile, they can go back to the text, okay, or stay and proofread the paragraph all together and give feedback. If they can locate any mistakes, they correct. Okay? You may ask them not to go and check the text, just to be fair, but it's all up to you. You know your students better than I do, so you make that decision. Okay? So the winning group is the one that finishes earlier with fewer mistakes. So how are we going to check whether they have any mistakes or not? The teacher, as the teacher, you're going to collect their paragraphs, write their group number on them, and then swap. Okay, so group 5 will be checked by group 1. Okay, you also give the original text and ask the students to check the paragraph and find if the group has done a good job or not. Okay. Now, of course, when you find out who the winning group is, all the students may give a round of applause, whistle, whatever. But I'm not for giving gifts, because the gift of or award of learning is learning itself. So it's not something like, you know, you need to give them stickers. You need to, well, if you want to, of course, you can go ahead and do it. But it's just saying who we won is a wonderful feeling for them anyways. Okay. Now, this is the activity. Now, I don't know if I can see the chat box here. I cannot. But have you found out which components and skills are covered in this activity? Why am I asking if I cannot see the answers, right? So what a stupid thing to do. I'm checking my screen if I can see the chat box, but I can't. However, whatever, I mean, let's consider. Now, what they're doing is, one, they are writing. So it's mainly regarded as a writing activity. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Great. However, it also involves reading, because they run, read, memorize, come back, and as some of my wonderful colleagues have mentioned, it requires pronunciation. So if a student comes back and says, "Sustish," they will say, "What? What is that?" I don't know. It says, go and learn the word. Now, the student can memorize the spelling and then come back and spell the word. And if anyone in the groups knows the pronunciation, they can say, superstition, okay, you know, that kind of pronunciation is involved. Speaking is involved. Listening is involved. Reading, right? Of course, yes, my dear colleague. Soft skills are also involved. They are collaborating and cooperating, okay? And they are leading each other, okay? They may say, hey, I have done it so far. What are you doing? Why are you repeating the same sentence? You know, so leading each other, helping each other. It's it's a great activity. I love it. I have used it with young learners and older learners, and it works fine. It all depends on the level of the paragraph or the text, or the length of the text as well. If you want to cut it short, of course, choose a shorter paragraph, even one sentence. Okay? If you want to move on to the reading activity that follows this, just stick to one sentence or two sentences, right? You have, I don't know, punctuation marks. They can say, put a comma there, put a full stop. That sentence ends there, you know. So, I can hear some of you saying, hocam, they may speak in Turkish. Yes, they may. But what they're doing, the activity is in English. So maybe the remarks that they make may be in Turkish. So they may say, ya gerizekalı mısın, niye böyle yapıyorsun? No, that kind of thing, but it's not related to the activity. They may be upset with each other, but isn't this what life is all about? Every now and then we get upset with each other. I just want to move on to my conclusion here. Now, teaching any language component, let it be pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary, will lead to declarative knowledge. Most probably you're familiar with that. It will never lead to procedural knowledge. Now, I know knowing the rules of something and doing it at the same time is possible. But sometimes solely knowing doesn't entail doing. Okay? So declarative knowledge is knowing the rules. Procedural knowledge is doing it. The student, the learner, may not be able to explain why they are doing it, how they are doing it, but they say, like, it's a hunch. I don't know why I did that. It's a hunch. Okay. Which one is better? Knowing but not being able to do, or doing but not being able to explain? Okay. Don't take this, of course, as a behavioral disorder. Okay. So if we stick to our old habits, where we teach language components separately and individually, we can never reach to new dimensions, or, as your conference title suggests, a captain with a fixed mindset cannot take you as the learner to new horizons. If you want to reach new horizons, you need to try different things and pay attention. This is not something new. This has been around since the early 1990s. I love this quote from Albert Einstein. He defined insanity as doing the same thing with the same method and expecting a different result. Okay? And this is, I know, a kind of a strange quote, but it reads as, nothing changes if nothing changes. But with change, there is a chance. Okay? If you don't change anything, you will end up with the same results. So, thank you very much for listening to me, and I'm giving my best regards on behalf of INGED Board, and I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hocam, for impacting our conference with such valuable information. The practical exercises and the tips that you gave us were a lot of value, can be a lot of value for in-service and pre-service teachers as well. Thank you very much for being a part of our conference, Hoca.
Thank you very much for giving a chance to me. If I can just close this
You're
thing.
welcome. And the attendees, if you have any questions, please feel free to write it in the chat box.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Very kind
everybody
of
is
you.
writing, expressing their deep thanks to you, Hocam.
Thank you. Thank you. I just couldn't stop sharing my screen, so I'm just gonna turn it off. I mean the video off, so you can get the screen to yourself.
It's the
Again,
bottom.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much,
It's the
Hocam.
bottom. It's
Yeah.
the bottom what?
Right-hand side at the top of the
Okay.
page.
At the top of the page.
It's done, Hocam. It's done, Hocam.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much, Hocam. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. See you. Bye.
Oh no, I will be here listening to the other speakers. You cannot kick me out.
Of course. No. I didn't mean that. Of course, it's a pleasure. Okay, so let's see if we have any questions. Soykan, nowadays we are teaching online, so do you suggest any activities for online teaching, Hocam?
Well, as you can easily imagine, this requires another session. It's not something I can answer in one sentence. Of course, there are several activities that you can do online. If you're interested, please visit our YouTube channel, İnget Türkiye. There are lots of, well, we have a huge archive there. So I think you will find it very useful. Okay. But any activity that you can use in the classroom can be adapted to be used online. Pay attention to the word adapted. You cannot use it as it is. You need to know how to change, modify it. Okay?
To make some changes. Thank you very much. Any questions? It seems no, Hocam. I thank you again for participating in our conference.
Thank you. Thank you. I will enjoy the conference from now on. I don't feel nervous anymore.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hocam. Okay. So let's now give you a taster of what Maltepe University is all about.
This is the place to find yourself.
Istanbul offers great universities and the lifestyle is really amazing here.
So I live at the dorms at Maltepe University and I'm really happy with it. There's a cleaning service every few days and then there's the library nearby which is open 24/7.
My first impression when I came was like, it's huge. You have everything in one place.
When you first come to Maltepe University, you don't know where what is, and you're like, oh my God, I need help. Guess what? You're not alone. There is the international office people over there. They're like family. They're very helpful, and they're always there for you.
Istanbul is the perfect mixture between ancient and modern. Coming into the city helps me discover myself, learn about so many different cultures, learning about the world, which will help me in writing future books.
At Maltepe University, we have a lot of research centers. Because of that, we have the ability to participate in a lot of international projects.
Here at Maltepe University, the education consists of both practical and theoretical. We get the opportunity to practice everything we learn in class in real life. So after we graduate, we have a degree and we can work all over the world.
People come to Istanbul all the time, but what they really miss when they visit are the antique shops, which contain thousands of years of memories and also a thread of the modern future.
I like to use every minute and just get out and hop on the ferry and just go from the Asian side to the European side and just enjoy the wonderful weather with the wonderful Bosphorus behind me and just enjoying the moment of Istanbul.
Istanbul is very beautiful with great culture.
This city is the symbol of diversity. Come and study at Maltepe University.
Come here and feel like you're home.
Değerli öğrenciler, küresel düzeyde aktör olabilmenizin temel gereklerinden birisi de iyi bir dil eğitimi. Maltepe Üniversitesi Yabancı Diller Yüksekokulu, hazırlık sınıfı ve diğer dillerdeki eğitimiyle sizi hayata hazırlıyor.
Maltepe Üniversitesi'nin hazırlığının bana gerçekten iyi bir dil eğitimi vereceğine inandığım için tercih ettim. Okulu bitirdiğim şu günlerde de aldığım İngilizce eğitimine gerçekten güveniyorum ve bölümüme başlamak için can atıyorum.
Yabancı Diller Yüksekokulu'nda benim alanıma yönelik medikal İngilizce dersleri de veriliyor. Tam burslu bir öğrenci olarak bana böyle fırsatların verilmesi benim ne kadar iyi bir seçim yaptığımı bana kanıtlıyor. Siz de kararınızı vermeden önce bu güzel kampüse gelin, bu havayı soluyun ve öyle karar verin derim.
Maltepe Üniversitesi Yabancı Diller Yüksekokulu'nda yalnızca İngilizce değil, tercih edeceğiniz ikinci ya da üçüncü bir yabancı dili de öğrenme fırsatınız var.
For those of you just joining us, a warm welcome. We will have a short break and then we will continue with our second plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Hossein Farhadi. Stay with us. Good morning, Hojam.
Good morning.
And welcome to our conference.
Thank you. Are we on? Wait, are we on for the public or it's between you and me?
That's right. We are on to the public, Hojam. It's a privilege to introduce our second plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Hossein Farhadi. He's going to talk about revisiting EFL teachers' assessment knowledge. Hossein Farhadi is a professor of applied linguistics at the ELT department of Yeditepe University since 2013. He received his PhD in applied linguistics from UCLA with a major area of interest in research on various aspects of language testing and assessment. From 2006 to 2008, he worked as a senior scholar and project manager for testing organizations in the US. He also served as the Associate Dean of the Department of English Program at the American University of Armenia from 2008 to 2010. He is a two-time ELT Award receiver in addition to research grants from Pearson, ETS, and ELT. He has taught courses on language testing, research methods, and ESV at MA and PhD levels for over 4 decades in Iran, Canada, Armenia, and the USA. He has also presented papers at national and international conferences and has published over 15 books and 50 articles on various topics in applied linguistics, largely in language assessment. He has directed nationwide research projects on EFL, EAP, test development and test validation in Iran and other places in the world. He has supervised over 60 MA theses and PhD dissertations. Again, welcome, our dear professor. The stage is yours.
I have a question before you go. Can I enlarge this, the page? I don't know what you see because I see a small screen.
It's okay, Hojam. It's okay, Hojam, in this way. It's okay.
It is okay.
Yeah,
and plus
thank you
that,
very much.
I sent you guys an email. Animation does not work, does it?
It works, Hojam.
Can you do it for me? How can you do it? I want it to cover all the page, and I want to start. I want to go line by line in my presentation.
PowerPoint, Hojam.
Huh?
You can do it through the PowerPoint, Hojam. Share the file, Hojam.
Yeah, well, I have already shared the file. Don't you see my file, my presentation?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Share the screen, Hojam.
I've already shared.
So let me just check it, Hojam.
Yeah, I thought your tech guy would talk to me before.
Professor, you should share application and screen. Okay?
Share.
Application and screen. From this,
where is it?
At the bottom, you see a square with an arrow inside it. Press it, please.
One sec. We're square with arrow, right?
Yeah. And then you see share application and screen. Hojam.
Well, it doesn't show me. Drop your image, PowerPoint, PDF files to upload.
We have share application and screen on the right-hand side, Hojam.
Share here? No. No.
I think it's the second option.
Hojam, I'm sharing my screen and I'm showing it to you, Hojam, in this way.
Mm-hmm. This is your screen, right?
Yes, hocam. You see here at the bottom, you see a score with an arrow in it. You're going to tick on it, and then.
Wait, this one you're talking about this one here?
Yeah, this one, as you see, hocam. And it has written share application screen.
But it doesn't show up in mine.
Oh, really? It should have.
Yeah, it does. Let me see.
Hocam, if you like, you can mail it to us so we can share it. Okay?
I will do it in a minute.
Okay, thank you, hocam.
I sent it to Rana's email.
Okay, thank you, hocam. Hocam, I'm still waiting to receive the email.
I just sent it.
I just received your mail. We will open it in a minute, hocam.
Okay.
Hocam, we're sharing the screen right now.
Okay. All right.
The stage is yours, hocam.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, everybody. I would like to apologize for today. This is the topic you see, and these are the purposes of my presentation. I'll try to contextualize language assessment knowledge language assessment knowledge to show that is an important component of professional knowledge, the process of assessing language assessment knowledge, defining and redefining the construct of lack, and finally, I'll end the presentation with directions for research. As a teacher, this is an oversimplified process of instruction. Please do not move the slides. I will do it myself. Okay. Now, when you look at an instructional sort of context, you'll see that there is a teaching context where a teacher tries to teach. And the hope is that someone on the other side will learn, whether we're a student or learner. Then we claim that our students hopefully learned, but then they require evidence. What is your evidence that they learned? So we need some sort of testing. I am using the test in a general format. Any kind of testing, even simple question and answer can be considered testing. And based on the findings of testing, next move. Could you please allow me to change or to do something? Hello?
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, but whenever you're done with the slide, you can tell us so we can move the slides forward.
So I can't do it?
Because we are sharing the screen, Hoca.
You can't make me the moderator? You can't make me the presenter?
You are the presenter, Hoca. You are already the presenter.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next slide. All right, just keep it as blank. Now, the simple form you saw in the previous slide seems so simplified, but in fact, it is so complex. Now, first click. Hello? Yes. This is what we saw. The next click. Next one. So this is teaching, goes to learning, goes to testing, and one more move. And the next one, based on the testing, we make a decision. On the lives of people, decisions can range from a simple quiz up to the highest probable stakes in the process of decision making, like admission to universities. Now, another click. Okay. But this is very simple because all these concepts, teaching, learning, testing, are under constant challenges. Some of the challenges come from language-related factors, how we define language, how we define learning, how we define production, competence, performance, language use. And then the next click. Next one. The other set of factors come from measurement-related factors. You know, testing on one dimension is related to the measurement field, and they are in constant changes. Something like some 100 years ago, we knew only classical test theory. Now we have structural equation modeling, and we want to apply the same thing to our language tests. So any change in measurement-related factors influences us. Next click. And then an important point is context-related factors, where you are teaching, or to say in a simple word, WH questions of instruction, like who is the teacher, who is the learner, why the teaching is happening, what the purpose of teaching is, etc., etc. And they're all different. For example, teaching in a sort of university in California is going to be different from teaching a university in somewhere in other places. Okay, so when these challenges we face, these challenges, these factors influence teaching. One click, learning, testing, and also decision making. And this side that we see, teaching, learning, testing, that everybody looks at it, I call it the bright side of the profession. But click the other side, this side, I saw the dark side, because not many people are concerned with these changes and with these developments. Next slide, please. Okay, now, next click. Now, no matter where we teach, what materials we use, under which government policy we are working, when it is, where it is, we have to ask two important questions. One, did our students learn? If the answer is yes, the next important question to ask is, how do we know? So in order to understand whether our students learned and provide evidence, we need language assessment knowledge. But what is it? What does it mean to say language assessment knowledge? It means the construct definition. Next slide, please. Okay, now what we think is language assessment knowledge is a branch of teachers' professional content knowledge. Content knowledge as part of teachers' professional knowledge. So if we look at teachers' professional knowledge, meaning what they know about teaching, we have content knowledge, meaning what they are teaching. In our case, it is English. And also how we teach, that is pedagogical content knowledge. Understand pedagogical content knowledge refers to skills that we need in order to accomplish teaching. To understand this, to define this, as early as in 90s, some 30 years ago, several scholars attempted to give definitions and conceptualization of professional knowledge. And there are many models, starting with Schulman and the rest. And probably Schulman is the most frequently used. And all of them agree that there are three types of knowledge. One is content knowledge, two is pedagogical content knowledge, and the third one, there is a kind of disagreements among people. Some people say it is experience, some people say it is contextual knowledge, but it is something that we do not agree on, but the two we agree, content and pedagogical content knowledge. Next slide, please. Okay, now language assessment is a branch of pedagogical content knowledge in the professional knowledge teachers. Next slide, please. Content knowledge is a common component of all models. Content knowledge, in this case, is the English language proficiency of the teachers, whether they know the content or not. Now, despite its importance, content knowledge is often taken for granted. meaning that everybody assumes that our English teachers do have enough knowledge of English. But it may not be true. Not many EFL teachers enjoy desirable provisions of English. And two significant and often overlooked areas of research. Number one, how to determine the required level of knowledge. I mean, how much English do they need to call them proficient? If we are taking international standards, like a score of, I don't know, 8 in ELT, 110 in IBT TOEFL, what is it? This is a policy question. People in the countries, different countries, should determine what level of language we are expecting from teachers. This is a very interesting question. And the next question is how to determine whether teachers meet the required level of content knowledge. And this part is quite ignored. I don't see much of research, but in the third stage of teacher education, I think we need to understand what do we need in content knowledge and how we need to measure it. Next slide, please. Now, pedagogical content knowledge is the second part. Pedagogical content knowledge is common feature again across all models. It refers to knowledge, skills, and abilities that teachers need to accomplish their teaching mission. In our case, I am suggesting that it is a knowledge of applied linguistics, because applied linguistics is a very broad field, and one of the significant components of pedagogical content knowledge is language, testing, and assessment knowledge. I don't want to separate testing from assessment at the moment because we don't know what they are. Next, click. Okay, now one by one, please. This is professional knowledge. Click. Click. This is content knowledge. This is pedagogical content knowledge. And this is that second one, experiential or practical knowledge. Pedagogical content knowledge includes pedagogy, knowledge in pedagogy, linguistics, psycholinguistics, socio-neurolinguistics, and other fields that are present in applied linguistics, like second language acquisition, technology, culture, language policy, etc. And of course, assessment. Now you see, assessment is right at the center, because whatever you do, whether content knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge, you need assessment to check whether they learned and they have the knowledge or not. Next. Now, teachers' language assessment knowledge. To be honest, we teachers face many personal and social challenges. I'm trying to ignore them for the moment, though not right, but let's say we need to be accountable for our students' learning, no matter what. We also need to demonstrate the extent of our students' learning. These two requirements, to fulfill the first one, we need to be good teachers. To fulfill the second one, teachers need to be good assessors. Next, another significant question. What do teachers need to know to be good teachers and assessors? These are intriguing questions. We've been talking about them for years and years with no consensus. Next slide, please. Now, how to define assessment or language assessment? The very first thing is see how our field define them. I would like to mention we can have two different categorical timing in our field. One, Kumar calls method era, and I think it is a very good distinction. In method era, language definition was structuralist, set of patterns, set of memorization of words, practice. Go ahead. Teacher's role is to transfer knowledge from his head to the language learners. Learning is storing and memorizing the knowledge. Testing was measuring the learner's stored knowledge. So teachers needed to know the principles of testing in this framework, because that was what applied linguistics gave us. Okay, now let's see how people did it. Next, initial movements started with organizations like American Association of Language Teachers, and many studies have investigated LAC. We see the references. Go on. But we did not have a clear idea about the construct of LAC. So we followed a framework offered by AFT, NCME, and NEA 90s. According to them, language assessment knowledge included the ability to design, develop, critically evaluate tests and other procedures, as well as the ability to monitor, evaluate, grade, and score assessment on the basis of theoretical knowledge. You see, this definition in 90s are based on the principles of I just mentioned in the previous slide. There is no mention of classroom, there is no mention of assessment, there is no mention of collaboration, in classroom teaching, nothing. Okay? And following this definition, scholars attempted to design and use instruments to measure teachers' LAC. Now, what happened? Next. Almost all teacher educators, using a variety of LAC tests, have reported dissatisfaction with the assessment knowledge of teachers in the field. In all fields, it is not English specific. Almost all fields, teachers were not incompetent, but did not have good satisfactory knowledge. Despite teachers' crucial role in shaping the quality of teaching, there is evidence that they are universally unprepared regarding language assessment and testing. And these are the references. Also, an important and disturbing, and I would like to say unpleasant finding of these pieces of research was that teachers had very self-low evaluation of themselves, and they said they were not felt themselves qualified for language assessment. This is very unpleasant. Next slide. Now, why did it happen? We have good teacher education programs, we have good teacher trainers, we have good students, but why did it happen? The very first thing was that teachers training was inadequate. The very first blame went on teacher education programs. And then they said language assessment courses do not empower teachers to be able to cope with the changes. And the majority of assessment literacy measures have followed testing principles from the early 90s. This is an important problem because we developed language assessment tests based on the framework I just gave you in the 90s. Go ahead. Teachers, what teachers do, teachers align their assessment with national examinations because they are the criteria. The potential roots, okay. Next one, click, Poor definition of the LAC concept. This is my own position for years that we have not defined LAC appropriately. That is why the measure and the construct do not match. For example, they examined 36 LAC measures, and they said tests did not represent the content, meaning representativeness and relevance of content. It means that what we included in the tests did not happen in education or in instruction. Next one. Next. Okay. See, they said test did not match in content. It is validity issue. And also they found that tests had weak psychometric evidence supporting the measures. Others have also emphasized poor definition of lack. It's not only me, there are some other people who are complaining about our definition. Next, please. These are the references. Now, what happened is in late 80s, reform happened in education, and that is what Kumar calls post-method era. They said language is not a set of patterns. Language is a dynamic system for communication. Next, learning is not memorizing or repeating. Learning is an intellectual process that occurs when they are involved in some cognitive and metacognitive activities. And these activities should give the learner a sense of self-achievement, self-confidence, and make them self-regulated learners and autonomous learners. So teaching aims at enabling learners to transform information, not to transfer information. And then testing should focus on assessing the process of language to enhance learning, not the product, what they do. How they learn is very important. Next one, please. Okay, now if we want to see learning in those days and now, in those days learning was imitate, repeat, memorize. Now learning involves, number one, problem-solving activities. Next, organization, explaining, thinking, analyzing, transforming, predicting, exploring, applying, constructing, negotiating, sharing, creating, and eventually assessing. Now, this does not mean that we will all be connected to performing all these tasks, but this shows that these types of activities could lead to learning, not just repeating, memorizing, and imitating. Next slide, please. Now, some tasks that go in this framework. For example, student reflection. Individual, extremely helpful. That is a means of communication between teacher and learner. Pair and group work projects, learning and from one another. It is crucial. It puts people in the zone of proximal development. Information on rubrics. Students should know exactly what they are expected to learn and what they're going to be assessed on. Next one, peer and self-assessment. Crucial. In many cases, I have read papers, I have seen people talking about whether peer and self-assessment are valid and reliable. Remember, we are not making psychometric tests with peer and self-assessment. Peer and self-assessment are ways of helping learners learn, not really grade. It is important to understand that through peer and self-assessment, at least two learners must go through the task one by one and together, and this would lead to learning. That is the main purpose, underlying purpose. Next one, feedback loops. Crucial. I mean, we have a lot of studies on variety of feedback types, but recently it's been very important the work of Carls and others, that feedback is a significant factor in learning. Not once, because when you give the feedback and give the grade, that's going to be gone and students will not pay attention to. But if you keep it going, give them feedback, also feed forward for improvement, then feedback, feed forward, improvement, and grade the last product. And it is the process of going back and forth that the students learn. Next one, collaborative assessment. It is extremely important to get students involved. For example, if you said students to provide you some questions on the basis of what they read. Now, it is not the point whether they are going to make good questions or not, but the hidden agenda is that in order to make questions, they need to learn, they need to read. This is an indirect way of forcing students to learn the materials and to read the materials. And of course, portfolio assessment, which is very popular, but unfortunately almost always done inappropriately. Portfolio assessment, the ones that I have seen, do not meet the criteria for portfolio. Next, please. Okay, next and next. Now, teachers need now this kind of knowledge and skills, not the one that I mentioned previously. This is what we need, we call assessment in comparison to testing. Because in testing, in many cases, we don't have feedback, we don't have student involvement, etc., etc. But in assessment, students are involved and achievement is important within this framework. Go ahead. Therefore, we need to look at the definition of lack and try to redefine it to accommodate assessment. Next. And without having a clear definition, it's going to be impossible to develop assessment types for language assessment knowledge. And scholars acknowledge. Now, we are not saying that old frameworks are not good. Their contribution has been invaluable, but of course, we need to face the changes. These models are all linear components, meaning that in the model there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components, and it means that adding these components will be teachers' assessment knowledge. And the references, next. Okay. Now, assumptions of existing model. Number 1. Next. These are the ones that have performed models for language assessment knowledge. Imbar, Davis, Fulcher, and they all assume that the components or the 3 components they say they are linear and additive. And all EFL teachers need lack indiscriminately. That is what we have in our education department's measurement and evaluation, of course, general course for all people. And the models are applicable to diversity of context where teaching occurs. The assumptions are that these models would accommodate all the needs of teachers. Go on. But these assumptions might have been true then in the 90s, but not anymore. Some concerns. Now, these models do not differentiate between groups of teachers. BA degrees, MA degrees, delta holders, set holders, they're all treated the same. Different levels of learning proficiency, from just to share common from A1, B1 to B2. Different age groups, young, adolescent, adult, ESP, etc. Test-oriented versus assessment-oriented context. Now, if I say Turkey, for example, is a testing-oriented system, okay? Now, changing this system is very difficult for assessment-oriented. context. Go ahead. No space is left for emergent constructs. Okay, in their model, technology does not exist. Feedback does not exist. Next. So we need a more comprehensive look at lack. Go ahead. One by one. This is a suggested model. Click. This is lack, language assessment knowledge. It goes to LAN, what people call language assessment literacy, what education departments give to all teachers, regardless of their major. And that is what we call language assessment literacy. What I suggest is something beyond LAN, LAL plus. For example, LAN is for all teachers, indiscriminately. Doesn't make any difference you are a math teacher, language teacher, etc. LAN Plus says we need different training for different age groups. The amount of knowledge that a teacher needs to teach in kids department is quite different from adults. They don't need reliability, they don't need validity, they don't need formulas, they need classroom interaction. But in adult section, you cannot do that. Next one, proficiency level. Our treatment of elementary, intermediate, and advanced level students are different, should be different, and teachers to be trained for different levels. Context. As I said, where you are talking, where you are teaching, who the learner is, who the teacher is, what the government policy is, etc., etc. Skills. What skill you are teaching? Right now, I remember in recent years, Dr. Jalil Zadeh has been working on assessment knowledge of writing. Okay. Now we can have the same line of research for speaking, reading, writing. Teaching them requires different skills. ESP. Okay. Right now, 3 dissertations are written. I know about ESP, EAP, and we came up here, Dr. Mert, at Yeditepe, he found out that EAP, ESP people require quite different training in teaching and assessing. Next. Feedback. Feedback is crucial. Teachers need, right now there is research going on feedback literacy of students and teachers. How much do they know about feedback, the process of feedback? How much students know? Giving feedback, scribbling some red marks on the paper and giving it back won't help. Next. Technology. Technology was not existent 10 years ago, 15 years ago in our education. Next. Discipline. It is very interesting. In a research on Linda Taylor's model of language assessment knowledge, they found out that one of the literacies that our teachers need is discipline literacy. They need to be literate in disciplining. We have studied in some classes that, okay, there are democratic management, etc., etc., but that's not enough. Next. Feedback. Feedback literacy. Teachers and students need to understand what feedback is, how to give it, and what feedback loop is. Administrators need to know what assessment is, how to deal with it, what kind of policy things to make, okay? And next, to emerge. I don't know. There might be some more concepts and competence requirements that we will come up in the future. But for the moment, next. Okay, you see, these 4 issues did not exist when I was talking about language assessment knowledge of teachers in 2010. These are emerging, and there might be some more. So we cannot limit definition of lack into one single model. As language learning and teaching are dynamic, our models of language assessment should be dynamic as well. Next, please. Caution. Sometimes I make blunt statements and then I have to make some sort of careful statements. Look, extending the models does not mean the problem is solved. It is more of generating new questions than answering the old ones. Attempting new questions may answer the old ones, of course. The extension is meant to accommodate the diverse dimensions of lack. It is, I don't want to say it is improved, I don't want to say it's a better model, but it is more accommodating model. Next, the new perspective assumes lack as a general requirement for all teachers. Language assessment literacy. That's the minimum, okay? And this is what all models acknowledge. The new perspective further assumes another trait. As I go ahead, advantages. It looks at lack as a multi-trait construct. It is not linear. It can accommodate lack in different contexts. Teachers will not be frustrated. This bothers me very much, that teachers assume they are inefficient. The model will enable teachers to find out unique assessment needs of teachers. Teachers are working in multiple contexts, and in multiple contexts, they need multiple levels of language assessment. And recent reports support it for different groups and stakeholders. It is not just teaching. Go ahead. Government needs to set performance-based criteria rather than knowledge-based criteria. All tests, almost in government organizations, are based on knowledge. They test the knowledge. They don't test their performance. No matter how much you know as a student, if you cannot perform it, it's not good for very much. But next. Policymakers need orientation. Policymakers need to understand that, hey, look, assessment is not just multiple choice test. Assessment is a process. Next. Teachers need training to accommodate ongoing developments. It is not a one-shot case training. Teachers' assessment knowledge, professional knowledge should be an ongoing activity for all educational institutions. Next. Learners and parents must understand that there is a difference between genuine learning and grades. This community is grade oriented. Everybody is looking at the grade. They never ask what you learned. They say what you got. I got an A. Perfect. How much you learned, I don't know. Next, please. And the community needs orientation to understand that they should not make decisions on the lives of people on the grade from a test. They should look at their performance and in real context and make a decision. So this is an overall community, government, teacher, student, parent activity. It is not just one side. Next, please. Now, with this movement,
Hocam, please turn on your microphone. You have turned it off.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Next. investigate the LAL plus constructs. We have so many LAL plus constructs, like age, proficiency level, etc. And we need to define these constructs and their contribution to the major construct through research. Next, determining the common core across all fields. It is going to be fantastic if we can find out the common features of all these subfields and say this is X as the moment for LAL. All teachers should know this. Beyond that, they should go to their fields. Next. And integrating quantitative and qualitative sources of data. Okay. And it is not just quantity. Quality is important. And language assessment knowledge of stakeholders, not just perception. We have been obsessed by perception. What is their perception of their perception of? We have never got to the reality that, okay, what is the purpose of teachers' language assessment knowledge and how it influences student learning? We don't have much of information on that. Next. Most important of all, we need to explore the effect of teachers' professional knowledge on student achievement. In a couple of cases we didn't find any difference between lack of competent and lack incompetent people, but there should be. Next. And I'm just hoping for brighter days for all teachers, and I thank you all. If there's any question, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Hojam, for the remarkable presentation. It was highly interesting and informative. We have a question by one of the attendees. Good is a subjective and general term to need to be explained in every occasion, especially in the education. What's meaning of a good teacher?
Wow, this is a very sort of critical question. For years, we have been working on features of a good teacher, what makes a good teacher, but there is no consensus. What I can say is that teachers should have features of commitment, knowledge, so many variables, motivation. No, teachers are usually underpaid. We get the least money in the country, probably in almost around the world. But we are not allowed as teachers to have excuses because of the money. Okay, next.
Another question. How can we assess teachers' LAL, Hojam?
Teachers?
LAL, LAL.
Yeah, teachers LAL. At the moment, I'm talking, there are good measures of teachers LAL. But again, all these tests are based on psychometric principles, not idiometric principles. It means that they're all the same as old days. We have not developed yet new content construct valid test of language assessment knowledge, but we are working towards it.
Thank you very much, Hojam. I would like to thank you in the sweet Persian language. سپاسگزارم استاد گرانقدر. باعث افتخار ما هستید.
My pleasure.
Thank you
I
very
love you
much.
all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. We will have a very short break. Be with us. Thank you. I'm honoured to introduce our third plenary speaker, Professor Dr. İlknur Savaşkan. She's going to talk about a glimpse at psychological mechanisms and language learning. İlknur Savaşkan is a professor doctor at the Department of English Language Teaching, Faculty of Education, Bursa Uludağ University, located in Bursa, Turkey. She was raised in Australia from 1969 till 1984. In 1986, she graduated from Bursa Girls High School. She gained her BA from the Department of English Language Teaching, Faculty of Education, Uludağ University in 1990 and has been working there as a lecturer since 1990 till the present. She gained her MA from the Translation and Interpretation Department of Bosphorus University in 1997 and her PhD from Anatolian University Language Teaching Department in 2003. In 2020, she gained the title Full Professor at the Faculty of Education, Bursa Uludağ University. Welcome, Hocam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear Maltepe University School of Foreign Languages, I'm head of the department, Özden Hoca, and my most precious, valuable colleagues. Thank you for your kind invitation. And dear guests, thank you for your kind participation also. As you can see from the title, we're going to try and look at the psychological mechanisms which underlie language learning. Now, here, you know, as people, we know how to speak, but are we aware of the processes which are involved in these, you know, in the production of speech? So here I'm trying to aim, you know, I'm trying to attempt to raise an awareness on the various cognitive processes or mechanisms which underline these acts of knowledge, you know, for language. Okay, I think you can see my slide. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to go back, I think here. Okay.
Yes, we can see it, Hocam.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'd like to start off with, you know, how did language come into existence? Here we have a monogeneous theory and we have polygenesis theories. Now, the monogeneous theory, that says that, you know, language was just, you know, formed, you know, by the first ancestors of the human race. But when we look at the polygenesis theory, we can see many theories. Even we can see Darwin saying that, you know, perhaps language arises from animal cause. But whatever, or even it was God made. And the polygenesis theory, you know, says that language, you know, was made up by humans many times. That's why it's called polygenesis. But here I would like to, you know, make a distinction that whatever theory it is, language, you know, is always sort of based on the vocalization. Vocalization is the initial phrase of communication. So whatever the theory, it always goes back to vocalization. Now, based on vocalization, as you can see here, I have a quote, and it says that, you know, there was this major anatomical change which occurred in the human skull about 40,000 years ago. So that goes way back to the Neanderthal times, I think. And they say that, you know, the shape of the skull, there was this sort of mutation, and there's this sort of two-stage larynx, which triggered the development of speech. And however, when we look at recent work talking about this, they show that this larynx, you know, is not so unique to humans, and that, you know, we could see that in, for example, the chimpanzees here, we can see that the food, you know, the sounds which are generated by the vocal cords, you need to have this air passage and food passage. Now, in the chimpanzees, the air and the food passage, as Nishimura says, is that it was, you know, separated only during when the chimpanzee is at rest. And however, in humans, after 4 months, after babies are born, after 4 months, this overlap occurs, and it allows for, the vocal cords, for the sounds to be produced. Now, thinking of language, being vocalization as well, and thinking of language, then what is language? Now, I would like to, make a quote from Karl Popper here. Now, he's a philosopher of science, and he says that, in the theory of language, the expressive function can exist without a second party. And the second stage is releasing signaling function. And this occurs when communication occurs when it is sent from the sender to the receiver. And the third and the fourth stages here, these are the higher stages, and these are found in humans. So here we see that the descriptive function, for example, naming things, or the critical or the argumentative function, also is found in humans. Now, when we look at this, we can say that, these first two stages, they are restricted. They are found in animals and, for example, machines. However, the third and the fourth stages, these are, restricted to humans. But of course, they may not be found in all human language, for example, sign language signaling. But however, these two stages cannot occur without the first two stages. And here I'd like to say that Popper says that, the human consciousness is the consciousness of self. Okay, and this is a result of language. Now, why I used this was because, animals, okay, we as humans, we have, as a consciousness, we can, we have access to ideas, we have access to abstractions, and this controls our behavior. And this characteristic is, is way more beyond instinct and reflexes, which are found in animals. Okay, so that's why I thought it was interesting. And here then, okay, so we have language, and we also need, the brain. Okay, so the brain is very important here. And in, for example, psycholinguistics, they have looked at, the functions of the brain in language learning, whether it would be language acquisition or language learning. And now, thanks to technology, they have, do these types of imaging, and they find that, for example, the front area of the brain, the front lobe, generally has to do with speech ability. And here we have the Broca's area maybe, and then we have the parietal lobe. Here we have the Wernicke's area, and here we are understanding spoken language. And then we look at the sides of the brain, we see the temporal lobes, and these are involved in short-term memory speech, which is important for us. Now here, for example, this is, if a child is born, with, a normal brain, then we expect everybody to learn a language. Now, however, when they look at brain damages, they see some impairments. For example, we said the Broca's area. Now, for example, there's aphasia. Now, if there's damage, if there's a type of impairment in aphasia, we see that, people lose some of their powers for speech. And when they contrast impairments to the Broca area and the Wernicke's area, for example, they find that the Broca's area, the person is able to, is not able to speak very, has to have a lot of effort to speak. And however, the comprehension may be well there, but has to, really try hard to speak, but there is no syntax. When we look at for example, the Wernicke's area, if there is an impairment there, then we can see that there is effortless speech. However, comprehension here, okay, there's no comprehension. There's not very much comprehension in what he says, she says. Okay, so now having cleared, okay, the origin of language, the brain. All right, so we have, a healthy brain, and then we have to, learn some words. We have to send these words to our brain. So how are we going to do that? What's going to happen? That's the next stage that we will talk about. Now, for example, us human beings, okay, how many words do we know? Okay, now they've done some investigations on this, and for example, they've found that perhaps, a 5-year-old would have around about 40 to 5,000 word families. A university graduate would have around about 20,000 word families. Now, this is word families. Here, this includes, for example, proper names, compound words, abbreviations, and foreign language. When we look at the dictionary, for example, we can see that a dictionary entry would have around about 200,000 words, perhaps. Okay. When we, look at the overall, I remember in a literature where they said a high school student would have around about 45,000 words. So what happens to these words? Okay. How do we keep these in our minds? How do we learn them? How do we acquire them? Okay. So these are important questions for us. And as, language learners, for example, here, as they've looked at the students who have studied abroad, and they found that, being in the second language environment does influence the rate of word learning, the vocabulary. And here in this study, they found that, for example, students can learn around about 2,500 per year. Okay, and this, as these researchers have found, this is similar to the estimates of the first language growth in adolescence. Now, also, I would like to share here from the CEFR, considering that, there are, most of you would be language learners. So here, when we look at the CEFR, for example, coming to university, students would need to be B2 level, and that would perhaps require around about 3,500 words. And then after the first year of preparatory instruction, perhaps when you reach C1, then you would have around about 4,500 words. And then C2, when we say, proficient, that would be around about 4,500, 5,000 words. Now, where do they find out these numbers? Well, there's this corpora. They look at the corpora. There are many different types of tests, and they examine the data there. And also there are frequency lists, and these tests, which are based on the CEFR, they take into consideration the words which are used in these tests. Now, okay, so we have thousands and thousands of words in our minds. We have this mental capacity. So how do we store these? What happens? What do we need to know? We need to know the phonological aspects, the syntactic, the morphological, and the semantic aspects of the word. Now, when we're talking about phonological aspects, here we are talking about, the sounds which represented. I know. For example, you hear the word bear. Is it a homophone? What type of bear is it? So the sound is one of the major important things. You have to have normal hearing capabilities. And syntactic, when we're talking about syntactic knowledge, we're talking about, the sort of grammatical category. I'm just very, briefly talking about the grammatical category. Is it a verb, adjective, noun? Where is its position? What's, how does it process? For example, people, again, who have some deficiency in the brain may have agrammatism, and they're, with some neurological damage, they will not be able to put the grammar into the words into the right order, maybe. We're talking about morphological knowledge of words. Now, morphological morphemes, these are the smallest units of meaning in the language. What type of morphemes are they? Are they inflectional morphemes? For example, cats, or are they derivational morphemes? For example, neighborhood. For example, we have to make up. We have to make up in our minds. We have to decide what these are, and then we have the semantic knowledge. When we're talking about semantic, we're talking about the meaning of the word. This can relate to sense, this can relate to reference. The reference would be between the word and the thing, and the sense here would be its place in the system of these relationships in the vocabulary. Is there synonymy, for example? And then I'd like to continue with, psycholinguistics. They do not prefer to use the word word. They prefer to use lexical items. Now, why do they use lexical items? Because sometimes a word may not have meaning on its own. Okay, so content words, functional words. For example, bus, you have bus stop. Okay, so when it comes together, it has a meaning. So here in psycholinguistics, they prefer lexical terms. Here, in order to, learn a word, what do we need to do? We need to have an entry. We need it to enter our brain. We need to store it there. And then when we need it, we need to, reach the word. So when we're talking about entries, lexical entries, we're talking about the kind of information that we need to know in order to be able to recognize and understand the vocabulary. And in storage, we're looking at, how are we storing this in our minds? How are the words in relation to one another? And then lexical access is when we are trying to reach the word when we need it. However, before I continue, I would like to make note that this is, information processing, and in the first half of the 20th century, psychological research, psychology was highly influenced by behaviorism. Now, behaviorists, they argued that the human mind was unknowable, so the only source of data was through human behavior. And how did they do this? This was done through observation, and mental processes, they said, were not observable, and therefore behaviorists, they claimed that this type of human behavior was just a product of habit formation. However, in the second half of the 20th century, then we have a reaction to these behaviors, and we have cognitive psychologists coming into the play here, and it is those, what I just talked about, they have put forward the approach that, while a particular mental task is performed, there's a flow in the information through the brain. Okay, so most of what we are talking about is from the cognitive aspect. Now, here, when we're looking at this, well, how do we learn these words? How do we process these words? The literature, the research that I looked at, they say that there are two types. There's serial processing, and there is parallel processing. Okay, so as you can see here, on the left-hand side, where it is serial processing, okay, it's step by step, it's linear. However, when we're talking about parallel processing, okay, 2 things, 3 things can be going on at the same time. And as it says here in serial, as it goes step by step, first we have the phonological access, then we have the lexical, the syntactic access, then we process it, then we semantically, the meaning, and then the syntactic, and then we interpret it. And however, as you see, parallel processing, phonological, lexical, syntactic, semantic, and including pragmatics, they're all together. They're processed. They're all together. And as you can see, these are all done in a relatively short period of time, in milliseconds. Now, I would like to talk about some examples for serial processing and some examples for parallel processing. Now, for example, here we have, this is an influential model by Levelt, and here he's talking about, you know, this spreading activation model, and here there's a lexical, and also there are conceptual aspects, as you can see. There's the word lemma there, meaning and syntax. Now, lemma, it refers to the syntactic of the word knowledge. For example, when I say sheep in English, we know that it is a noun, and you know, we in our mental we can, you know, form this picture of a sheep. For example, in French, they have mouton, and this would be a male sheep. Okay, so we have to learn this also, maybe if you're learning French. So there's a difference there. So here we also see that, you know, they are capturing in the first stages here in the morphology, phonology, as you can see, it's capturing the psychological properties. For example, sheep, when I'm saying sheep, okay, so there are 3 phonemes there, the sh, the e, the p, the sheep, sheep, okay. These, okay, stage by stage. Another example would be Garrett's model of sentence production. Okay, so we want to produce a sentence. So what's going on? So we have, you know, we have words, we can substitute words, and there can be fusions here, there can be word changes, phrase exchanges, and then we think about the function of the level of the presentation, then we position it, and then we sound it, okay, in our articulatory system somewhere in the brain, and then we give instructions to our articulatories, and our articulatory systems work, and then we utter the sentence. Here, another model for serial processing is Fromkin's. Okay. Here, okay. Here again, you see that we are generating the meaning in our minds. You know, what are we going to convey? And then we have to select the structure, and then we look at the slots, the cues, and we generate our intonation. Maybe we put the words, formations of affixes, functions, and then the specifications of the phonetic segments. Now, however, you know, research said that, you know, language is not that simple. It's not linear. You know, speech production is not so simple. So they, for example, said that there's parallel processing continuing. It's going on, and that the mind is massively parallel. It simultaneously processes large amounts of information. Now, as an example, we could look at this. Okay. Now, I'm sure that all of you have read the words. But, you know, how did you read the words? When we look at these 5 lines here, for example, did you use bottom-up processing or top-down? Now, here you would be using bottom-up processing because, you know, you are starting from the phonemes, I suppose. And then here, for example, in the first line, do you read the cat? Now, in the, you know, the symbol there, there's an ambiguous symbol there. The brain automatically processes as H. However, the same symbol in cat, okay, is processed as the letter A, maybe. And then we see, again, ambiguity in the following lines. Now, how do we, you know, how do we form these words in our brains? Now, this is part of parallel processing. Now, we are looking at these, obscured symbols, let's say. We are looking at them and we are trying to assume their identities. We're trying to, process them. And while we are trying to process it, we are processing at the level of the letter and at the level of the word simultaneously. Okay, so we're processing the letter and we are also processing the word simultaneously. So that's an example for parallel processing. Now, this model, they believe that these elements, okay, they assume that these elements are sort of like neurons and synapses. And here, sort of like neuron-like processing units in the brain. Now we have a number of units. We have information, tens to thousands of information. These exist. However, when we think about the brain, we have tens and billions of neurons in the brains. Now here, according to this theory, there's an activation state. And we need to activate it in order, so it could function as an input. Now, when we are transmitting information about their current activation, we are, sort of doing like synapses-like connections. The brain is, making the next neurons in the brains, they are connecting to one another. Now, 25 years later, again, they talked about parallel distributed processing. And here, they said that, in fact, these are different models. And in the human brain, we have these hidden units. Okay, so that, we're not very, we cannot sort of explain very clearly. And here, for example, there are different models, feed-forward model and interactive model. And here, there are connections. Okay, and we're trying to map out the spellings, as you can see in the example there. Now, this is a connectionist model. Here, as I was just talking about the neurons, and the neurons were activating. Okay, they're doing this synapses. They're trying to activate the next neuron. Now this is a highly influential learning mechanism, and it's also called the Hebbian learning rule. Now, Hebb, okay, as you can see in 1949 in his book, The Organization of Behavior, he had this theory saying that neurons that fire together, they wire together. Okay, so it's important. So here we can say that, when there's a neuron, for example, neuron A, and it's persistently, repeatedly sort of, engaging in exciting neuron B, then the firing between A and B will be increased. And as a result of this, there will be some metabolic changes which are taking place in both of the neurons. Also, another model here, we have a sketch here of the Devleck's second model. Here we see that, on the semantic level, on the phonological level, there's a network which is constructed with representations which are based on linguistic input. Now, according, to this self-organizing map model, the SOM here, as it says SOM, this is self-organizing maps here. Now, here again, as you see, you hear the phonological form dog, and then it's put into the input phonology map here. And then here we have the semantic map. Okay, so we have a representation of the dog. And then here in Hebbian learning, they have this SARnet, which I will talk about in the next slide. And then we have this phonemic sequencing also. So it's self-organizing. Now, So we're trying to match, the phonemes which make up the word in the correct order. And if we determine the network correctly, then we can produce the word here. So otherwise, we would be making an error. Now, the SARDNet, very briefly here, it's an algorithm, and it's based on, the consideration that word production is a temporal sequence in ordering, and language learners, they face a challenge to develop better articulated control of their phonemic sequences of words. And there was a formula there, but I didn't put it in. So what is important here is the activation of a word, meaning it can trigger the activation of an output sequence. And this would model the word production. Another model here is another connections model here is proposed by McWhinney. Now, this is a unified model. McWhinney took a different stance. He said that language acquisition and language learning, you shouldn't separate these two systems. They are one system. And he says that, when we're talking about first language, okay, so the baby is born trying to learn the world, has this brain, okay, and there's a care taker, parents constantly speaking with them. How on the other hand, we have adults, they have a worldview, they have this, they are a part of society. Even though they are different, they sort of, learn the words similarly, and therefore he, provides this connectionist unified model. Again, language one learners and second language learners, they segment speech into words. Then we have to figure out the combination, the syntax, and then we also have to work with this, growing lexical and syntactic knowledge also. Now, his model was revisited 25 years later again, and it's still popular. And they say that, in the first model, they were looking at the risk factors, underlying these mechanisms. However, in the new model, they should look at the supporting factors. And they have extended this model from, adding these neurocognitive, developmental, social forces which control this mechanism. Okay. Now, in this unified model here, as you can see in these self-organizing maps, we could see, for example, we can see nouns, okay, words, they are coming together. So in the first picture, we would see the first 100, in the second, the first 250, in the third, learning more words, 500 words, and then the fourth one maybe 1,000 words. You see how the mind in this model is sort of mapping the words together. Okay, so you are a noun, you have to go to this map. You're an adjective, you go here. Verbs go here. Now, here in these self-organizing maps, they talk about syllabic maps, and the syllabic has two maps. So one syllable has two maps. So what does this mean? This means that, for example, you have this auditory input coming in, and then you have to, make this an auditory syllabic pattern in your mind. For example, we could talk about babies here. They are babbling, babbling, babbling, and then they learn that their babbles are syllables, for example. Okay, and in the second one here, we are talking about these recurring motor sequences, and they become articulatory syllabic patterns. So, once the child learns that they are syllables and starts to present it, they become syllabic patterns. So this, this shows us that we need a processor, this processor, to convert the syllables into a series of articulatory gestures, so we can, be able to produce the words. They also have lexical maps, and they say that, for example, in these lexical maps, language 2 does not often hinder, does not often cause problems in language learning. In fact, there can be an advantage there. For example, here I gave the example from Turkish. For example, the student is learning the word chair, and then when you say that it is sandalye, okay, you have this meaning, in your mind anyway. You have this representation of it. So it says that, these lexical maps, these can, they can be meaningful for the language learner. Now, okay, so we have all these words we tried to send in to the brain, and then what happened? Okay, so we need to talk about memory. So how are the brain, how are the words stored in our minds, in our memory? So that's an important. We need it because we need to comprehend. We need to produce language, and how are we going to do that? We're going to do that through memory. Now, memory is our ability here to be able to encode, store, retain, and recall the information from our past experiences into the in the human brain. So here, when we look at the literature, we can often find short-term memory and long-term memory. However, this short-term memory has changed later on, and they have preferred working memory, and we also have this long-term memory. Now, here, when we start off with this influential multi-store memory model, which was put forward by Atkinson and Schifrin, we see that there is this environment where there is input, and there is this sensory here. There's this sensory memory here, and we can forget it, or if we pay attention to it, it would go to the short-term memory. In the short-term memory, we can forget it, but if we do rehearsal, if we rehearse it, it will become consolidated and it will go to the long-term memory. Okay, and then so this short-term memory to the long-term memory is where, as teachers of language, this is what we need, and learners of language, we need to keep the words in the long-term memory, the knowledge, not just the words, the knowledge in the long-term memory. Now, this is just a very brief sort of like activity. So to show you the importance of rehearsing. Now, if we rehearse information constantly, for example, looking at the numbers here, the row of numbers, looking at them one at a time, and giving them, giving each number a second, how many numbers do you think you could recall? If we stop rehearsing, then we would not be able, but if you rehearse. So this is sort of like a test called the digit span. And here, when we look at adults, short-term memory, when they're investigating it, they find that adults can remember for around about 5 to 9 digits. So that would make an average of around about 7 digits. And so they refer to this as the 7 plus or minus 2 as the magic number in short-term memory. Okay, so when we are remembering telephone numbers, just for short periods of time, that would be another example here. Now, that's another short-term memory was provided by Badley and Hitch here, as you can see. I think I'm running out of time. I think I should maybe speed up. So in this model, the short-term memory has been replaced by working memory. Now, they have found that, this sort of short-term memory and working memory, there are differences, a very slight difference there. And, it means that, for example, the short-term memory would hold a limited amount of information for short periods, and but it's sort of like a single system without subsystems. But here they say that we need memory is a multi-component system, and therefore it's not just one way of just, it's not a unitary system, and that it's a multi, we are it's auditory, it's visual, and therefore Baddeley has called this the working memory. Now here, the working memory, as you can see, we have sensory input and we have a central executive. Now the sensory input, this refers to the senses, as you can see here. We have an inner eye, we have an inner voice. Now when we're talking about the senses for eye, that's very important. We are talking about the iconic memory here. So we have this visual information, but sometimes it deteriorates, right? So when we see something, this memory, the duration would be around about a quarter of a second. And they've also looked at various research looking at, these eye movements, and they have said that, looking at something and then turning away from it does not remove the icon. We still, have an existing icon there. So it's very important in language learning. Also hearing, hearing, this is auditory information, and it is called the echoic. Okay, so echoing, the sound waves, they are carrying the information, that we hear. They are carrying the information to our bodies, and so that is also all types of sensory. They all have a type of memory. For example, touching there, as we can see, touching, the haptic perception. They arise sensations in people. Sometimes, we can, when we touch, we can understand, we can distinguish between, the objects. And we also have, for example, smelling, the olfactory memory here. And here, maybe it's not as important as the visual or the hearing, but still it's a distinguishing characteristic of memory. Same as taste, for example. When we have, we need a sense of taste. Sometimes when we have how can I say, we have vivid taste impressions, and they provide us with these gustatory memories. When we eat something, when we taste something, they remind us, they take us somewhere. Now here, Baddeley-Hitch's model was also updated, and here he added the episodic buffer here. Now, why did he add this episodic buffer? And there's a phonological loop and the visual-spatial sketchpad here, and there's a the central executive is like a boss. It decides, what type of information will be stored, how it will be used. So, Baddeley metaphorically talks it like the boss of the working memory. The episodic buffer here, they found that, the first model, it didn't explain, very clearly, and they had to add this episodic buffer because it's sort of like a backup system, between the long-term memory and the working memory. It's like a backup system. When we're talking about the visual spatial sketchpad, we're talking about, the information of visual or spatial form, sort of like navigation. Like I said, when we are walking around, also we know that we shouldn't bump into something. The phonological loop here. Okay, so here again, it's dealing with the spoken and the written material. And here again, we store information. Speech-based information is stored here, and the articulatory processes, again, they are found in this loop. So recently, okay, they have looked at, these models of memory, and they have looked at neuroimaging. Neurolinguistics have looked at it, and they have found that there are connections. So, these theories, they have, they're on the right path. Okay, so so these are just a review of what they have found, in working memory storage, and which parts of the brain were activated and heated, as we can say. And here, okay, for example, here they have, found that there's a central executive, and it assumes to, exert control and oversee the manipulation of incoming information. Okay, as we had, just talked about it being the boss in Bradley's model. And then we have long-term memory. Okay, just quickly to end the session. Here we have, in long-term memory, we have this episodic memory, and we have this semantic memory. And semantic memory, it's sort of like a mental thesaurus. Okay, so the memory that we need to store, that we need to have to be able to use the language. And the episodic memory here, okay, it's temporally dated episodes, events. Okay, while the short-term memory has a limited period of time, in the long-term memory, the knowledge, the information is stored, maybe never forgotten, is stored for a very long time. And about these theories, we have researchers arguing that, these types of memories, these two types of memories are, different. They are interdependent from one another. And however, we have found that, other stories, other studies, they have shown us that, these two different types of forms of memory, they do affect each other, at the encoding and at the retrieving level. Okay, so to sum up, I'd like to finish with, asking you, Noam Chomsky in the 60s, okay, from a nativist perspective, he claimed that there is a language acquisition device in the brain, okay, when people are born, they have this language acquisition device, and that this device is sort of like an instinctive capacity which enables infants to learn, to produce, to acquire, not learn, to acquire and to produce language. Okay, so with all of these processes going on, what do you think about that? And thank you for your kind participation. Okay. Okay.
A gigantic thank you, Hocam, for the thought-provoking speech you gave on this topic. It was very, very inspiring, Hocam. Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Let's wait to see if the attendees write the questions in the chat box.
I hope I have attended to, the explicit knowledge of language, the tacit knowledge. Yes, we know how to use it, but how do we know, how to use it? Of course
you did, Hocam. It was really blessing, wonderful, enlightening, Hocam.
I was also a bit anxious. Even though it's been so many years, the feeling, it never changes. It's like the first time you're presenting.
It was great. A wholesome presentation, Hocam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, there are lots of people writing thanks in the chat box for you.
I thank them too.
Thank you very much, Hocam. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure to have you in our conference.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Hocam. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being with us till now. We will have a lunch break. Please join us again in the afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
And sorry. Aydan Hoca, most probably she wants to add something. Yes,
well, actually, I have a question. İlknur Hocam, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Are you still with us, or
Yep.
have you run away? Okay.
I'm here, Hocam.
Okay. I have noticed something which kind of got on my nerves. You mentioned that a 5-year-old child has about 5,000 words.
Yes, that's what
in their competence. And then when you started talking about Common European Framework of References, you mentioned that a C2 level non-native speaker knows about 5,000 words.
Yes.
This really, I got offended.
Yes. Yes, yes.
So,
When I was
does
preparing,
this mean that I only have the vocabulary of a 5-year-old
no,
native child?
No, Hoja. This is as I said, they're looking at these tests and they're looking at the tests, and this is just the data that they get from the corpora. They're looking at the corpus, and that's where they get this type of information from. Yes, there were some interpretations also. I recognize that also, and I said to myself, how can that be? But that's what the Common European Framework, the researchers, that's what they have said. But
Okay,
again, as
so
I said,
I can just relax.
It's from the test. It's from the test that
Okay.
So they can't test everything, Hojam.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to Professor Halliday's presentation.
Okay, now I can have my lunch with light-hearted manner. I feel much better now. Thank you, Nurajab. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Hojam. Thank you. Thank you also for your inspiring speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will have a lunch break, and hopefully we will see you at 13:30. We will be back again.
Okay.
İlknur Hocam.
I think it is visible. Is there any,
yes,
are there any problems?
No problems.
Okay, then let me start trying to start my presentation. Okay, today I will talk about university students' attitudes towards online collaborative writing in EFL classes. Before presenting, I want to say that we conducted a small-scale study on the perceptions or on the attitudes of university students about collaborative writing exercises or activities on Google Documents. First, I will try to present some background information about what collaborative writing is. Then I will talk about our research study and talk about results and implications. What collaborative writing is, we are all familiar with the concept of writing, collaborative writing actually. As we all know, writing is considered as one of the most challenging skills in foreign language learning. And although it is generally perceived as an activity conducted by a writer working individually to produce a text, its scope has been widened by the notion of collaborative writing. What is collaborative writing? It can be defined in many ways, but if we can provide a short description of collaborative writing, it's an activity where there is a shared and negotiated decision-making process and a shared responsibility for the production of a single text. Through collaborative writing, students are engaged in social interaction to construct knowledge together, and they produce a common conduct. They make decisions together about the content and language of their text. And it is also defined as the process of constructing common understandings through constructive and creating effort. Collaborative writing involves interaction of individuals and sharing of knowledge and ideas, and learners try to negotiate meaning to develop a jointly constructed text. But as we all know, technology is in a process of getting into the educational context, and as the advent of technology in technological context goes on, multifaceted skills and competencies which are involved in communication technologies also lead to the reformulations of the nature of writing activity. Therefore, online collaborative writing is introduced in writing classes, and online tools being used as an alternative to traditional writing processes. Many research studies put forward that online tools enable learners to be involved in a more student-directed activities, and they try to collaborate beyond the four walls of classroom. They get more input and output which are not limited with the classroom. And in terms of ELT writing, many Web2 tools offer opportunities to foster collaborative writing through interaction and social practices. One of those tools is Google Documents. We all know Google Documents, and it is, as we all know, one of the online applications providing a platform which is suitable for collaborative writing activities. Google Documents is a free web-based word processor, and in which the documents can be created, edited, and stored. Google Document users can import, create, edit, and update online documents in various fonts and file formats, and they can be accessed from any computer with an internet connection and web browser. Yes?
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but are the slides following, or you're speaking on the cover page right now? You don't seem to follow the slides.
The slides should be moving. They are moving on my screen, but I don't know yours. Shall I? Can you see it now?
Yes,
or?
now we can see your 13th slide about participants.
Participants. Okay, let me take, I think you couldn't see the other slides. They were moving on my screen, but I think when I make it full screen, you can see it. So I will use that format then.
Okay, thank you very much, Hocam. Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay. Thank you for warning me. Just a second. I was talking about Google Documents, and I think you can see that page with related to the Google Documents now. Okay. Let me go on like that. Try to go on like that. Okay. And I was mentioning about Google Documents, using Google Documents in order to use in our writing courses. By using Google Documents, users can import, create, and edit and update online documents in various forms and in various file formats. And they can be accessed with any computer with an internet connection and web browser. In addition, Google Documents can also be accessed from mobile devices. Users can work on their documents from their device. And we can use Google Documents in in collaborative writing activities. And there are some research studies also which use Google Documents for collaborative writing. The web application is considered as a digital tool which helps learners to work in collaborative learning environment, and it allows a group of people to process the document simultaneously. And collaborative writing using Google Documents comprises of coordinated collaboration, and it allows participants to monitor all the other participations while writing a text themselves. And it opposes any individual working independently of the other, and then all individual work being combined into one final mutual document. Again, it promotes collaborative writing and group discussions. In this manner, the Google Docs assist in creating a dynamic and collaborative learning environment where knowledge is gained through open discussions and exchange of ideas. There have been various research studies that have been carried out in higher education concerning collaborative learning using Google Documents. And the results show that the method of collaborative writing via Google Documents motivated the participants to learn more effectively. And it has been also stated that students perceive Google Documents as a useful tool while operating in small working groups. It has been also found to reinforce active participation, group interaction, and building of a common knowledge, which lead to an improvement in writing skills as well. And considering the literature on collaborative writing and use of online tools for collaborative writing activities, the present research study that I will talk about now tries to explore students' perceptions of online collaborative L2 writing via Google Documents at university. The participants of the research study consisted of 36 students in an English prep class. The students met for 90-minute class period per week for 8 weeks over the intervention period. And as the participants did not have any experiences in using Google Docs for writing purposes, they were engaged in short practice sessions in the first 2 weeks of the study. During these sessions, the students were introduced with the functions of Google Documents application. They were also given a small sample writing task to work on with their group members collaboratively via Google Documents. And in that process, the instructor mentored the students and guided them in terms of not only writing their ideas, but also editing their peers' writing, giving feedback, and commenting on the written product. After the training process, the instructor divided the class into groups, each of which consisted of 4 students. And they were given a list of essay topics, and each group chose one topic from that pool to work on. And the students worked on their writing task for 2 weeks. And they worked whenever or wherever they wanted via Google Documents. They were not obliged to be present in the classroom. They could work in a cafe, in their dormitories, or in somewhere else. They had 2 weeks to complete their task, and at the end of the writing task, the instructor provided feedback about their performance. The students finalized their written products based on the feedback, and then they submitted their work to the instructor. After they completed their writing task, the students were given a questionnaire consisting of 15 items with a 5-point Likert scale, and it was about their perceptions related to collaborative writing using Google Documents. And again, 10 randomly selected students were interviewed through semi-structured interview questions about their feelings and perceptions related to using Google Documents to write collaboratively. Some descriptive statistics were applied, and also some content analysis of the interview data were conducted. I will mention about some major findings of our study. The findings from the questionnaire revealed that students found using Google Documents for L2 writing innovative and enjoyable. They considered using it to be motivating and improving their self-confidence. And in terms of technical aspect, the students found it easy to work on. They also agreed that collaborative writing via Google Documents contributed to their accuracy, and they believed that it had positive effects on improving the content of their writing and organization of their text. We collected data through interviews, and the basic findings of the interview data also showed that most of the students who were interviewed has positive perceptions about using Google Documents. We can involve some responses here to read them, the responses, some of the examples from students' responses. For example, one of the students said that I feel less stressed when I write through the Google documents because I can cooperate with my friends and we can exchange our ideas in order to produce a better outcome. Another student said using Google documents makes writing in English quite interesting and enjoyable. These findings, these statements can be considered to be in line with the findings from the questionnaire data. Some other examples from student interviews are, for example, another student said, while writing via Google Documents, we felt that we were working in a real-life situation. It was like preparing a text for a website. And another one said, when we were writing through Google Documents, the fact that you could see all the corrections or edits from your peers enabled me to notice alternative ways of stating an opinion and helped me improve myself in terms of grammar, content, punctuation, and vocabulary. And these statements can be interpreted, of course, under some specific details, under some subtitles, but in general, we can say that these findings from interview data are in parallel with the findings from the questionnaire. The students try to give details about why they perceive the use of Google Documents positively. The basic issue was that they could work collaboratively whenever and wherever they wanted. They could see the editings from their friends, they could edit their text, they could learn from their peers, and they always used kind of pencil and paper in their traditional writing classes, but now they use something new, which was also simple. Okay, when we say technology, sometimes students are afraid of using it. They may find it complex, but they found Google Documents easy to use with the help of course, training sessions. And using something new, something innovative from their point of view, motivated them. And in conclusion, we can interpret these findings of the present study. The findings show that the participants had a positive attitude towards L2 writing via Google Documents, and they found the use of Google Docs for L2 writing purposes motivating, interesting, enjoyable, and innovative. These findings are consistent with some previous research findings as well. They can be attributed to the basic properties of the Google Documents application. For example, it provides an asynchronous writing opportunity. It enables users to edit their text and their peers' text. Again, that application enables learners or users to comment on their friends' writings or provide some suggestions and etc. These can enable the learners to interact with each other on a digital platform and experience something new. And as they have the opportunity to give feedback and edit the text, they can feel that they contribute to the outcome and they become more and more motivated and engaged in the learning process. Another reason for the positive attitudes of learners may be related to the nature of collaborative writing. Collaborative learning entails that students learn and share their knowledge and experiences with their friends. They guide and negotiate with each other in order to complete a task. Such a joint action helps the learners develop social skills, a sense of belonging, and accountability in group work, and it may also contribute to student motivation and engagement, and it can lead to positive perceptions for the use of Google Documents in writing in English. Of course, some implications can be deduced from this, inferred from this research study. The findings of the study have several implications for EFL learners, English teachers, and educators working in higher education settings. With the integration of Google Documents in writing courses, the students are given the opportunity to discuss, give or receive feedback, and negotiate on the text. They could support each other in order to go beyond their current level and construct knowledge together. As a result, they could have the feeling of achievement, and this can also contribute to the development of positive attitudes towards L2 writing. Therefore, we can conclude that integrating some technology-based tools or applications such as Google Documents into writing course syllabus can provide students with an innovative and creative learning experience, and this can lead to increased learning engagement and motivation. And finally, considering the potential of the integration of Google Documents in writing courses, it could be integrated into pre-service EFL teacher education programs as an alternative to traditional writing courses. The present study, of course, has certain limitations and suggestions for further research. It has a limited number of participants, which was 36. Therefore, further research is required with a large sample and from different or several areas. And furthermore, further research can be suggested for a comparison with a second experimental group, which would follow a collaborative writing method without a web tool. And then the perceptions or the attitudes of the students can be compared with each other. This is some part of my references, and I would like to thank all of you for participating in my presentation and for your patience for listening to me. Thank you. If you have any questions or comments, I would be happy to hear them or read them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senra Ergün Gündüz, for valuable insights into collaboration in online writing. Highlight ways to facilitate collaboration and interaction in online platform. I kindly remind you, 5-minute break before the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the participants. See you.
See you, hocam. Thank you. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now for today's last lesson, may I please invite Deniz Özbeyli on the stage to present the study, Promoting Equity and Leadership in the Language Classes Through Inclusive Education. The stage is yours, hocam.
Thank you very much, Aslı hocam. I'm a little bit excited naturally to be among
We all
you.
understand, hocam.
Also, I'm very proud to be with you. So thank you very much for organizing such a nice, such a meaningful activity. So it's good to be a part of this.
Thank you, hocam, for participating.
By the way,
Yeah.
can you see me? Because I see myself very small in the corner. So it's okay, I guess.
Yes, hocam, we can see you clearly. We can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Because you are in the middle of my screen now, not me.
If you click on yourself, you will be able to see yourself as well on the whole screen.
Excuse me?
If you click on your video, it will enlarge it.
Okay. So before I start, I'd like to thank everyone here, and I want to repeat my motto. I always do in classes. This is the most important place on earth because I'm here. And when I say this, I see the giggling faces in my classes, and I continue. This is the most important place on earth because you are here. I really believe this because you spend your time here. You don't go anywhere else, and you stay here. And thank you very much, Hüdago Hocam. And you spend your time, you devote yourself, your time, your energy somewhere specific. So that's why it's the most important place on your in your life. This is the most important place on earth. And then I say, I really believe this. My topic is inclusive education, and it's blended with actually my observations and my impressions in the classrooms. And these observations, your observation also as teachers, are very valuable. They're crucial things because, yes, there are thousands of books and things about that, but your own impression, what you actually see, what you actually observe in the classroom is very valuable. So, yes, the term is a little bit, I guess, scientific, inclusive education. However, I believe that sometimes making things simpler is a good policy. Simple is good. And there is a very famous, pattern that they say less is more, which is originated from the architecture, actually. Anyway, less is more and simple is good. So this is sometimes what you observe in your classrooms, what you observe in your teaching adventure too. So let me share my screen with you. Let me share my presentation with you. 1 second. And here we are, share screen. And I hope I can manage this. Yes, here I am. And share. Now, can you see that? And I'm asking everyone actually, but if I hear a sound from someone.
Yes, hocam, we can see very well.
Hocam, thank you very much. So this means that, well, so 1 second, I will stop this. I'm teaching at Yaşar University, by the way, so we meet on a platform like this, so very nice. And here we are. So I want to I would like to make it a bit. So I think this way is better. So can you read these things? Can you, Aslı Hocam?
Yes, hocam, they seem all right.
Okay. Very nice. Okay. Okay. So, but can proceed. Okay. So when I say inclusive education, it's one of the best systematic tools that can transform a person to the desired, planned, and sometimes idealized type of human being. So this means that you have to cover all kinds of students, all kinds of learners. And the path to this, the way to cover all your students, all your learners, passes so through understanding your students. So it's the crucial thing, and that's the way to increase interaction and equity. So there's a close connection to teaching and learning, and so when you understand your students, and then they start, if they somehow understand you as their teacher, instructor, then the teaching and learning process will flow more smoothly and more meaningfully.
Deniz Hocam, very sorry to interrupt. Are you speaking on your first slide, or are you?
Oh, I changed my slide actually.
We don't seem to follow the slides, Hocam.
Okay, so I'm sorry, and I'm changing this now, and show taskbar, and I'm passing to this one, and now I have to use this one, I guess. 1 second.
If you don't full screen, Hocam.
I will share it once again then.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Hocam, no problem.
1 second. Share. So stop sharing. Share application. Thank you very much for warning. Maybe this way is better. Oh, no. Full screen again. 1 second. So, can you see it now?
Yes, Hocam, we can see close connection to teaching and learning slide.
Okay. So here, understanding. Here, which slide is that now?
Close connection to teaching and learning, slide 4, I think, Hocam.
Close connection. Okay. So I hope it will continue this way. So I was talking about the scientific attention and enough scientific attention to what's happening in a classroom and what's going on in a student's mind. Because if you use the scientific methods, I don't mean very too much scientific thing, but at least if you are conscious, if you are aware of what's happening in the classroom, if you just know the basic psychological things happening in the classroom or social things, then that would be enough, I'm sure. And now I want to pass the other one. How can I proceed? I don't know. Wait. Okay. Now, does it change? Is it changing now?
Yes, Hocam, we see knowledge is power.
But I have to go back and forth this way. Otherwise, I can't. Why I can't?
Keyboard might be useful, Hocam, if you can use the arrow keys to go back,
arrow keys.
left arrow on your keypad. Keyboard.
Left arrow.
Yeah, left and right
View
arrows.
controls, from the view controls.
On your keyboard, the arrows should change.
It doesn't
don't
change it, because now I'm changing. 1 second. Okay, so 1 second. I don't know how. I'm stopping sharing, and I will share it again once again. Now, can you see it? Hocam?
Yes, we can see the slide, Hocam. We can see the slide numbers on the left-hand side as well. Maybe you can continue.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, knowledge is power.
I can't go on from here.
Do you think you can continue clicking on the slides on the left-hand side using the scroll bar?
No, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't work that way. So
Is it
I
full
will go on.
screen, hocam?
Now, does it change?
No. Is it full screen now? Are you using
Full
full
screen.
screen? Can you leave full screen, please? So that you can move across your slides manually?
And show, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now we can
And
see the changes, hocam.
now, but I can't change the slides now this way. How can I change it? Wait. Does it change now?
It does, hocam.
So focus on the students now.
Yeah.
Okay. So prepare a list of students' information. Is it there now?
Yes, hocam. We can follow.
Okay. So now it must be knowledge is power. Is that right? Knowledge is power slide.
Yes. Slide number 5, we can see it, hocam.
Okay, perfect. So I was talking about the scientific attention, then that means you have to know about your students. And if you know more about your students and environment, the teaching will go more smoothly, I said. And to do this, I said, I was observing my students. I have been observing my students for years, and I noticed that sometimes you speak with your students and you continue your syllabus and you do lots of things, but if you're not aware of the things happening among the students, then you may fail. You may at least cannot maybe reach the desired level of teaching capacity. So when I say attention, paying attention to your students, so you have to, maybe you can prepare a list of students' information. If you can ask if they have any non-Turkish friends or not, if they have ever traveled by plane or not. This is something interesting because we were asking, that was in quiz, we were asking a question like this. Can you compare traveling by bus to traveling by plane? And one student came up and he said that he has never played by plane. So you have to know about your students. So how can that student continue that writing process? So, and another thing is you have to focus on students having different learning styles. So, hocam, are we on this slide now, focusing on the students having different learning styles at the moment?
Yes, hocam, no problems.
So, that's also something I have observed closely because one day I met a student, a very hardworking student. Actually, he said that he wasn't doing any special things, but his English was superb. And I asked how it happened, and he said all the things happened through video games. So if you use the system, if you use the different methods, or like both educational things and all kinds of technical things, and if you listen to your students, sometimes you can learn from them. So that's something new maybe, and you can open new windows this way. And another thing, you have to learn about the special conditions of your students to include all, and like health issues, that's sometimes they mention that, sometimes they don't, but you keep the students in the class for a long time, let's say 40 minutes, 50 minutes, or whole day, but you're not aware of what's happening there. And the learning speeds is another thing. So maybe at universities or from the books, we learn lots of things about the like different learning types, different learner types. However, when it comes to the practice, it's crucial to observe and connect this kind of information to your own students. That's important. And one more thing is arranging, especially I'm talking to the mostly prep class students, but this is for everyone, even for the adult classes maybe too. If you arrange the classroom sitting plan by considering some psychological factors influencing your students, that will increase your success, that will increase your teaching more and more. I believe this. And I will come to that by explaining some psychological factors soon. But before that, I would like you to know about some other things that I've observed. Some digital applications like social applications like couch surfing, they raise students' interest naturally. You can also help contribute to their learning capacity because learning happens when you have a high interest level. So couch surfing is an example because I've tried this myself, and it's a very good platform to speak, to write, to exchange ideas, and all through English. And so that's a valuable platform that you can share with your students. And another thing is, this is something I like very much because you have to be together. You have to love your students. You have to be together with your students, and that's a kind of teamwork. If you just separate yourself as a teacher, instructor, as a rigid, if there is a rigid difference between you and your students, and they are in a different place and you are in a different place, then the teaching does not happen as you may have desired. So I use class photos as background photos in my computer. So when I reflect it on the screen, so they see themselves, and then even the like in the morning times at 8 o'clock or whatever, whenever they open their eyes and they see themselves, and then you see a smile on their faces. That's also a very important thing. So our target is to include our students in the teaching adventure, learning adventure. Actually, I was talking about the classroom sitting arrangement and its connection to this, some psychological factors concerning your students. I have noted down for years. I have observed some. I want to be precise. I noted down 6 psychological factors influencing all kinds of learners, and one of them is halo effect. The other is proximity, and you can see those 6 things in my on my slide now. Peter Pan syndrome, Wendy syndrome, McGregor's XY theory, and domino effect. I will explain very shortly all of them. So halo effect is a kind of overall judgment because you have an impression about your student, and your students also will have an impression about yourself. So this is a kind of halo around your head. So it's important to give a very good impression in your very first lesson. So yes, I know it's difficult sometimes after a weekend period. You go to your class in morning time on Monday morning, and then sometimes you may not have a smiling face. However, if you just try to give a good impression in your first lesson with your introductory speech, with your maybe clothes, like hairstyle, whatever. So that will form a kind of halo effect around you, and this is not forgotten. So how can I manage this? I will let you know about Norbakov's foolish smile towards the end if I have some time. Even in difficult times, even if you have like a very sad or like an anxious or however weekend in the morning, next morning, Monday morning, you may have a smiling face with the Norbakov's foolish smile. Anyway, next one, proximity effect. And this is Gestalt psychology or whatever. And people closer together in a physical environment are more likely to form a relationship than those farther away. So you have to when you are like group work or pair work or like as a class. So if you're working together, so you have to consider on this psychological factor too. So when you bring your students together, sometimes you may meet some resistance. It's natural, but believe me, soon, first, second, third trial, you will manage this. You can form good relationships, and that's essential to interact, because when you want your students to do like the things together, like group work, pair work, you need interaction and you need a close connection. And this is something supporting what I said a few more moments ago. You have to observe your students from the very first lesson, the places where they prefer sitting. Like some people immediately go to the corners. Some people sit in front and never leave the front rows. But especially you can focus maybe on those who prefer the corners or back rows. You have to include them too. But you have to find some ways to include them. That's something beginning with your interest. If you just have this interest, if you have this consciousness, awareness, then the rest is easy. I want to talk about a little bit like Peter Pan syndrome, and maybe you've heard about this. You may have heard about this. Peter Pan is a fictional character, and they don't know how to or don't want to stop being children. So that's important in pair or group work activities. You may, so this is a very short time, so we cannot have interaction with you, my dear colleagues. However, I'm sure that you can visualize those moments in your classes at school. That some students are resisting, some students are always giggling, some students are making noise and like, so there are lots of examples. You can maybe write in chat box, or you can speak right now to give examples. I don't know how the system works here. And if you are aware of such students at the beginning, so maybe you can take some precautions. And there is another thing. There's another factor influencing your students. Don't think that these are very much scientific things, because these are the things you have always observed and met. Wendy syndrome. Wendy is Peter Pan's darling. Wendy is the person who takes the control, makes decisions, tidies up messes. However, this is a dangerous situation, because suppose you put 5 Peter Pans and 1 Wendy in one group, and you know who's going to do all the thing, like if there's a work to be done, Wendy is going to be in charge of everything. So then 5 students, the other 5 Peter Pans, will just put their names under the project, but Wendy is doing the doing the real thing. So maybe right matching, maybe not. Maybe 2 Wendy's in one place, or you have to be aware of your students' psychology and like learning times. McGregor's theory is assuming your students are trustworthy. That means X is not trustworthy. That means X. And the other way, your students are trustworthy. You have to trust your students. That's the Y theory. That means more participative theory, not authoritarian. So you have to maybe depend on, you have to trust, you have to love your student. In the beginning, I said loving is important. So you have to develop a kind of positive and participatory attitude. And so this means that you have to give your students opportunities to contribute and teamwork, and not including too many Wendy's in the groups, of course. Wendy's will come together. And so this harmonizes and matches students' needs and aspirations with the needs and aspirations of the whole class. One more thing, domino effect, is a chain reaction. So you may have heard this one more, maybe much more. Domino effect means a small thing changes everything, but sometimes bad things also happen this way. So you have to start a small change, a good small change, and this will trigger better things in the following steps. So you are, in a way, as a teacher, instructors, we are trying to develop some habits. So, and this is not formed overnight. So you have to trigger something, trigger a good thing, and then you have to wait for the things, the magic to come in the following times. There are small things I've used in my classes, and I will recommend. And you have to use, look, small things, like sometimes people want to sit in other places, like by the window or in the corner, whatever. You can change their places. You have to praise them. Praising is very important. You have to be on time. So, like, you have to be on time. If you are on time, then this is something they can see with you. And you can also use your own special, like class jingles or buzzwords that are specific to you. And when you have a break, for example, they immediately start like "Eeny, meeny, miny, moe, catch a tiger by the toe." This is what I did with my class. So they were smiling and laughing, and then the other classes will see that, oh, these students are coming out of the classroom happily. So anyway, so smile is important, I said. And I was going to say that I'm going to give you some information about Norbeko's full smile. This means that even if you are very sad, even if you are like full of thoughts and your face is not smiling, try to put a full smile on your face and walk straightly. So if you are interested, you can Google and you can write to me and Norbeko's full smile, and that will definitely change your mood in the following moments. So just before going to classes, if you are in that negative mood, I mean, try to put on this Norbeko's full smile on your face. I said a moment ago, punctuality, sincerity, industriousness, very good, very like these are bright words. This is important. When you are like this, your students will be like this too, because normally human beings, we all imitate, mime, take example. We remember our teachers, we remember our friends, we remember our colleagues. So so far in 20 minutes, I'm trying to be precise. I'm trying to shorten everything. I'm trying to go on fast. And what I come to is knowledge is power. And there are some colleagues here in this meeting. I know some of them from previous years. We taught and we studied at Kulili, and we taught at Kulili 2 years ago. And when we were students, there was a window in the middle of the doors to the classrooms. But one day, one principal, one headmaster, commander, whatever, military school, anyway, decided to put a notice on the window. No one is going to look through that window to the classroom. So he said that teacher's job is unique. Teacher must be like with the students alone. And you know what he put on the windows to close the windows, to abolish the window system. Knowledge is power. So that commander put that notice on the window. So I believe this very much. So you can be their leader. You can teach them to take responsibility and to be their own leader. And they can be more enthusiastic, and you can create more equity this way. When we are together, we are stronger. So to be stronger, to be together, so you have to be in touch with people. get social. So with your students, with your colleagues, and this will include more and more people in the learning and teaching process. I guess the time it's like always flies, so it's finished, I guess, time. So it's a question and answers time. Aslı Hocam, am I
Yes, Hocam.
right? But I spent like a few minutes to solve the technical issues. This is the first time I've been
No worries,
using
Hocam.
like what this system, this Blackboard. Anyway, there are hundreds of things, but I've survived. I managed, I guess. I hope.
Yes, thank you very much, Hocam. Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It's been new to you, the whole system. There is one question, Hocam, I would like to read it to you. Some students don't want to be mingled with other students during classroom activities, or they resist the change in their seating plan. How would you approach this situation?
Well, that's that's a very good question, and we meet such things. But I guess this question is coming from a high school teacher, or I don't know, is it a tertiary level anyway? But it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. The system is, this is what I do in my classes. Usually, if you are sitting in the back row, you want to be away from the board and the teacher. But suppose you change the board and the teacher's position, then can you imagine that the student immediately will change their position too? You have your computers. This is what I do. I take my computer and just go to the back row, to the corner, and then the student is with the teacher and the board, which normally he is trying to be very much away. So this, and then you have a smile, and then maybe according to the age group, you can give candy or you can just smile. I don't know. You have to be together with the student. So there are some tricks. So I don't know who asked, but we can talk later. Who's the?
It was Bircan Çağlar, Hocam. You can also follow the questions in the chat box.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a tertiary level, as you have guessed.
Okay.
Tertiary level teacher.
Thank you very much, Bircan Hocam.
I would like to thank Deniz Özbeyli for the valuable contribution to the field regarding inclusive teaching.
Thank you
Thank you very much,
Hocam.
Hocam.
Hope to see you in the other activities and teaching activities. It's a divine activity.
Thank you so much, Hocam, with your valuable contribution, of course. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And I would like to invite Rana Kazemi for her closing remarks for today.
Well, thank you very much, Aslı Hoca, for moderating the afternoon sessions. On behalf of our school, I would like to thank you all for being a part of our conference today. Hope to see you on the second day of the conference. Have a nice day. Goodbye.